Hey guys, so I almost overslept for the stream, so we're off to a great start here as half sleep deprived me tries to pull this all back together. Now, what's this I'm hearing about rewinding on Twitch? Is this exactly what it sounds like? You get the option to just run back the stream live when it's still underway? Hello, Ronan. Pleased to see you too, man. I actually have a new idea for Point Redemption little fun addition, but I'm gonna leave that until I can procure the video and edit it in my spare time, which is probably gonna be tomorrow at this point. So, no particular reason why I'm doing this another Saturday, besides the fact that I can actually peacefully sleep in tomorrow and shake off however long I decide to stay live tonight. But suffice to say, Armored Saint and Wasp last Sunday were a blast. In particular, Wasp, they still have it in them. Blackie Lawless, their frontline man. Oh, that dude still has an amazing voice. And he was just going wild on stage. So much so as climbing on this cool skeletal microphone they had propped up on stage, which you could also like bend and have it spin along. It was amazing. It was like the 80s condensed. Dude, the monkey ball. That's a cute little emote, by the way. Oh, in regards to Remote Saint, but they were great too. Uh, they did run into some technical difficulties though, because the main singer's microphone just decided to die after the first song. So for the practically the entire act, they struggled, and the dude had to jump back and forth between his supports microphones just to keep it going. But despite that, they were really good still, and bravely soldiers would. That's how you know you're attending a rock band's concert, because if there's no technical difficulties and you don't have that old school, uh, low budget, I'm going to my local gigs venue kind of vibe. Are you really going to a rock concert? Absolutely not. A little disappointingly, they didn't really have anything Wasp in stock merch wise. In fact, the merch booth was quite underwhelming because they only had like one Armored Saint shirt. Ugh. And the funny thing about it, I actually had some difficulty finding this print online, so I don't think it's like super popular. I very much doubt you can like get this outside of specific gigs where the band is attending. But look, so essentially, this is the print out front, guys. I want you to do a little thought experiment. So, just for a moment, pretend there's only the night artwork in front of you, no text, and then, with your mind, picture in the same font Dark Souls written on top. I swear to God, this officially pass as From Software license merged, and no one would know any better. But that's just kind of the Armored Saint vibe in general. They go for a lot of that night themed aesthetic, which is awesome, by the way, because I saw a lot of people with the old school tour merch, and there were some sick designs, which made me go, man, I wish I heard of this band much earlier. so I could get into them and possibly scoop some sick shirts. But it is what it is. I'm just grateful I got to know them at all. And allegedly, they do have a new album coming out next year. So, I am very much going to peep it if it drops. Now, I do believe I had stretched this intro as far as human limitations are concerned. So, without further ado, let me just find Morrowind, the launcher, for my open MW setup, and then we can get this show on the road finally. You actually did, because by accident, for the first time ever since I installed Morrowind, I tried booting up through the Steam launcher. And now it shows that I have 1 minute in Morrowind. Yeah, so that's exactly how long this playthrough has been. Strange how that works. So how has been Dine doing on his quest to become the greatest RuneScape player? Now that you've managed to coax him into playing through peer pressure. Where did we left off? This seems about accurate.
Mornhold, city of light, city of magic.
I would hope so. Dine does give off the energy of someone who does like juggling real life responsibilities and a second virtual job, so he would probably get along with the RuneScape grind just fine. I wish every single time I boot up a game, I could experience the magic of getting into it, like the very first time you begin your excursion, get acquainted with all the different mechanics, how to take your first steps, obviously make some new mistakes, but exactly how you make some of the most wonderful memories of playing games for the first time. Now we're going to ignore this scene because nothing substantial happened here. No sir. We're also going to leave Mornhold in general, because as far as I'm concerned, this expansion pack has overstayed its welcome in my eyes. It sets up a very cool premise as far as the story is concerned, but the actual execution of it, there is a lot of padding issues, I've noticed. I don't like the fact that approximately 90% of the main quest line devolves into me just running back and forth between pretty much the same dungeon, just on different branches of it, and doing some not so fun fetch quests,
Fresh game.
possibly involving killing some overpowered expansion tier enemies.
So what's this regarding?
So with that in mind, we're traveling back to Vardenfell, and tonight our focus is going to be on moving through the original main story. Now, I will make my earnest attempt not to get sidetracked with optional quests. Can't promise 100% that I will fulfill this promise, because it is ridiculously easy to get distracted by anything that comes off as remotely fun. This is that era of Bethesda's lifespan where they generally had some incredibly fun ideas, even for optional missions. Be it they generally had some kind of good setup behind the small storylines, or they were just hilarious and gave you a good chuckle from undertaking the effort.
Today's your lucky day. So let's hear it.
Anything I can do for you?
Yeah, this place is kind of a maze. Just getting to the main walkway leading up to this fortress. Kind of a pain in the butt. Please just
I'm listening.
just put me outside the front.
Why would I ever join a Riverine cult for a chance to win a free PS5 when all I need to do is accept Jesus for a free guaranteed PS2?
That's a good throwback there, Ronin. And it's true. A PS2 will last you forever.
Say what you want or go away.
Damn straight. Not only that, at this stage, pretty much the entirety of the PS5 catalog is already available on PC. See, this is exactly what I mean. I would just loop back around this structure.
Yes. Care to tell me what this is about?
Please just let me out. Thank you.
Where's your uniform?
I may have left my Imperial quest line chestplate back in Mournhold. Look, it's fine. We're not really gonna do any Imperial Legion stuff for a while, so doesn't really matter, I don't think.
Your bidding?
I can always make the journey back if I need it.
Go ahead, stranger.
Guys, come on. Ghost of Tsushima is right there. If you need the one definite experience,
What may I do for you?
Yote, more like, you tell me what's so good about it. Haha. Got him. Actually, you know what is my favorite part of that discourse? It has caused people, I shit you not, to retroactively point out all the good things about Assassin's Creed Shadows and use those to dunk on Yote. Because if you put the games side by side, AC Shadows
Your
looks
bidding, agent?
infinitely better graphics wise. Which, look, we're not rewriting history. It's still a darn bad game. But I will admit, from what I've seen, it at least stands one step above Yote. Which is probably not all that much, to be honest.
Go ahead.
Oh, cool. Another level up. Alright, if you want to move on through the vanilla plotline, we're gonna have to make our way up here again into the Urshilaku camp. So I'm gonna have to think how we want to get about this logistically. Because frankly, whether go from Morgan or Nisus doesn't really matter all that much. I could use ship travel to mosey along the coastline and end up here, ideally. Because then the walk around the shoreline is going to be much more preferable than going straight through the desert. Even if it is a trek up north, but still. I sense all the pain attached to it. So I think we're gonna pursue that
Go
route.
ahead.
Plus, I do have all the money in the world to afford
My time is
a little bit of
precious, so make this
convenience.
quick.
Perfect. Now we'll all the way here. See if it can get me up to Nisus. Lot or cool. Or even is cool.
I'm waiting.
Oh! Okay, well, that's a game changer right here. You might be another one of those unassuming fishing villages, but hey. In my eyes, you already get major prop points for 2 means of fast travel, actually. Now you can take me all the way through Aldrun. Right. And from there we can go pretty much wherever
We make a special trip.
down the island. Now that I've picked up this incredibly strong gear from a high tier NPC, I do think that a couple of encounters might become trivialized. But we'll see. If anything, I'm just glad I have this really good suit of armor to prolong my lifespan. Oh no. This is too steep for me to climb over. Where's that infamous Skyrim climbing when you need it? Ooh, hey now, that's a naughty word, pal. Excellent. This is exactly how I love these little combat sequences to play out, which is why I just obliterate everything that I come across. And I don't even have to bust out the boots of blinding speed. For your convenience. So I can actually see what's happening on screen. I don't know how many of you keep up with the Marble Hornets channel, but that Rosswood miniseries that they had rolling through the past month, it seems like it has come to a conclusion from the way the last episode played out. And if you're a fan of the OG, easily one of the best Slenderman related media, and just a great horror series in general, do give the spiritual successor a try. It has 2 lads from the OG cast, so props for them for even humoring the notion of doing a follow-up in the first place. But it's got some great editing behind it, and it's just awesome. Loved it to bits. And I do respect them keeping it short this time, not really stretching it for years like they did with the classic Marble Hornets. Although that one came out in a time when horror on YouTube was still a growing, fledgling genre, so it was prime time for them to blow up. Please, can you help me? My wife has been taken by cultists. That is exactly the face of someone who is in major distress because their spouse has been abducted by cultists. Yes, I'm sure that's who they are. We are traveling to visit friends near Ald Velofi when some men surprised us. They cast me into a sorcerer's sleep, and when I woke up, Malexa was gone. They've probably taken her to perform some unholy ritual on her. I'm certain of it. Please, can't you help? I have very little to offer you in return, only 200 septims. But I am a member of House Redern, and I will make sure to let them know of the help you have given me. Will you help? I beg you. I wonder if this will play out as far as the main sequence of events goes, because now it has been a couple of streams since we followed the main quest line. However, one of like the big things that we're supposed to do so as to become recognized as Nerevar's successor is gain the support of the local populace, which includes the Auslanders, the tribes that live out in the desert, but also the major Dunmer houses of Vardenfell, and that encompasses Rederen. So if us helping this guy potentially improves our disposition with them, it makes it easier to sway them to our cause, that would be pretty rad. So, we're already going against what we set out to, and we're gonna help this guy. Thank you. I'm sure he hadn't gone far, although I was incapacitated. I don't believe it was that long they took her. They've probably taken her to a shrine to perform the ritual. I believe there's one to the west. It's too horrible to think about. Please hurry. One to the west, you say? I have agreed to try and rescue Malexa from the cultists who have taken her. I can only imagine they have taken her to a nearby shrine and are planning on performing some sort of sacrifice with her. Sasson believes there's a shrine west of here. West being... well, we don't have that much of a landmass to explore to our west. Now, for those east, that'd be a different story altogether. I did pass some kind of entrance here. Does that constitute a shrine? I wouldn't be able to tell you. Because you know how vague these descriptions can be. Love this investigation where it just boils down to scour the map until you get lucky and find the correct landmark. See, we're back in cool. How cool is cool? Well, it's not much in there. However, they do have Strider, and they do have a small port. Hey, no further impact. Pretty good, buddy. I am doing just fine. Hanging in there, staying strong. Trying to have me a good old time. Do you count as a cultist? No idea, but you came up against me without so much as a greeting. So... now I have a reason to indiscriminately kill everyone here. Look, don't worry about it. It's just the local, it's just the local fauna. Which may constitute weird, floating words with tentacles. Traveling the, skyline. But I can assure you they are peaceful, adorable, and easy to domesticate. Nope. No spellcasting allowed on my watch. Restore endurance, quality fortify agility. Nothing too worthwhile. You have some magical gear, which is not all that great.
See what you're made of.
This might be just a random bandit cave, for all I'm concerned. Best trap in the world. Arm the gate, arm the chest, leave nothing inside. Teehee, got you. Godspeed to you, brave soldier. I see that you've really committed to Sword of Euphoria ever since you brought it up last time on the Giant stream.
You will die.
I don't think so. I mean, killed a bunch of your friends. You did manage to sap some of my strength, though, and that's... not ideal. I see that Dwarven gear is becoming more commonplace. The more enemies we fight. It is rather ironic, considering that as far as my equipment goes, I'm like leagues beyond the Dwemer tier, but hey. You do you. Amulet of Shield. That could be decent. Soulful. Damage health. Not really. Damage speed. Yeah, not all that great. Fortify health. Oh, wait. I saw something of major interest. That's right. This thing right here. Which, as we established from fighting that one former champion of Amalexia, if you gobble up several Sujamma in a row, and this actually applies to pretty much every stacking ability in Morrowind, because of how the system works, you can easily accumulate like 1,000 points of strength just through chugging several Sujamma potions, and that way your damage is gonna go through the roof. That's why when you hear about Morrowind in a certain context, people are very fond of just how broken the alchemy system and the combat flow, because you can easily pull off some major balance breaking stunts through a couple of exploits. Look how many lower grade magical items there are here. And also, I struggled to find a couple of bottles of Sujamma last time. Here I pretty much got the equivalent of me going to that merchant just for these containers alone. That's amazing. Look how many gold pieces are here per container. The loot randomization just becomes silly over time. Ghost Charm. Why not? Well, it was definitely worth dropping by here. Just for the loot, frankly. The beauty of old school video games, where a lot of the time someone just found out about these quirks by accident, because they just happen to have the right conditions already unlocked. But you tell me, how are you supposed to figure out that you're meant to be using a different finisher and a very specific one for each of these bosses? Have we already been through the... Oh.
No one can catch me.
What the hell was that voice? It's like someone asked the stereotypical nerd from high school to voice this character. Is that Imperial gear? No, I don't think so, because if it was the breastplate, I could nick it up for you. I guess worst case scenario, I can always just slay Imperial soldier and then bail my way out if I desperately need the armor. Anywho, let me save here so we don't lose the progress of cleaning up this cave. That still sounds like an undertaking. It's got the same energy as, oh, you want the true ending of Shadow the Hedgehog? Well, you gotta beat the game 8 times. Just do the roundup, bro. It's that easy.
You will suffer greatly.
They always fall for it. Without fail. No. What do you have of interest here? Any Sujama? No, you are a Maste connoisseur, from what I'm saying. Most underwhelming personal belongings chest I've seen in a minute. Anyway, I've already reached a point where I can't even advance my strength any further. Pretty much already kept it out. But on the flip side, we actually get to deposit points in speed, which is gonna gradually increase my base movement rate. I can already see that I am moving way, way faster. Like, I want to say double the speed compared to what we started off when we began our adventure. And it's gonna become even greater when we level up. Granted, since we're already past the 20 threshold, each new experience cap is gonna be significantly larger compared to the last one we strike. So that was a bust. Maybe we gotta look around here. For all we know, this could be located in a secluded island. Like on the very coastline. Because that's exactly the kind of stunt this game would pull on me. I know what some of you are thinking. Shun, buddy, old pal. You doing anything for Spooptober? And the short answer is yes. I would like to very much run at least one game for the month of Ghosts of Witches. It's probably gonna be the halfway point into the month, because I'll be done with Giants by then, so we'll have our second game slot available. There's a couple of entries across both my Steam and GOG libraries that I have been considering to pick for this year. So, not a whole month worth of celebration, but ideally, if I can help it, it'd be neat if I could highlight more than one game, like we did last year. Now that we can blame SMT5 on, because I was already so deep into the experience that that pretty much shafted any other video game related exploits I had in mind for streaming. This year we're kind of in a similar scenario, in a manner of speaking, because Morrowind is not going away anywhere. For, probably a good few months at the pace I'm going through. This is the closest we have to a ritual site, per se. Since this is a Daedra worship hotspot, excuse me? Whom's issued a challenge? Oh? Oh, here you are. How foolish of you to run all the way here. Badean. Wait for it. Her, Ebony Scimitar. Big fan. Very much in love with this longsword. No problem, buddy. I'm not going away anywhere for... Oh, probably like 4 hours, I want to say. Gotta make up for the fact that we had another dry week until I decided to go live tonight. So, you might be able to come by with me still well underway into Morrowind. Absolutely. Gotta make the best of any opportunity I can get when it comes to just going live and streaming undisturbed. Which I don't get a whole lot these days, sadly. I mean, on the flip side, it's wonderful that my main job is providing me with plenty of work opportunities, and that little emergency call out that I attended today after my main job will potentially lead to some substantial repair work at the property. But the pros come with cons, and it just so happens that in these circumstances, I do have to cut some leisure time here and there. Wait, are these proper danger ruins? Because I don't see a single entrance anywhere, unless it's tucked away somewhere else. Could be. It's right around here. Eventually these rodents will learn that it's not worth trying to claw my eyes out anymore, because I can just look at them the wrong way and they plop dead. This may or not be just a landmark with no actual dungeon attached to it. Charming to look at, don't get me wrong, but does potentially stretch our search for this kidnapped spouse. Ah, here we are. That was sneakily tucked away. Damn. Didn't make it in time. Doesn't matter though. Which danger claw does that again? Very beast-like, this one. If you were actually smart about it, you could have just run away further. And we'll be able to catch up with you, but you try to be brave. much to your own detriment. This may not deal the same awesome damage as two-hander would, but the sheer speed of the swing can easily lead to stun locks, which, as you've noticed, can trivialize some encounters. Any kidnap innocents around here? Oh boy. Now we're really committing to Elder Truants. You think they may have taken her all the way down here? I can't imagine the logistics of that would have been easy. You, my friend, appear to have a full set of ebony armor. And that is very, very appealing. Well, the idea of ending your life and claiming that for my own, that is. My strength appears to still be sapped because of those flesh golems. I think I had something for that. Yes. Base Alexia's Light. Daedric Warax. Oh, you got some swag on you, Buster. That is generally some of the best gear in the base game you can find. Ebony Greaves, Left Bracer, yeah. Full set of that. Minus the helmet. Not as good as what I have, but if we didn't go through the tribunal part, this would have easily been an immediate upgrade to what I was carrying on me. Response to Barrow's speech. Well, not really advancing the side quest, but I am stocking up on great loot, nonetheless. I don't like the idea of pulling up a guide whenever some minor inconvenience comes around, but this would be more for the sake of just saving some time and narrowing down where this particular quest location is placed, because otherwise, with the vague directions provided, I would like really have to just scour every nook and cranny before potentially striking a hit. And that can be literally like tucked away somewhere not immediately visible to the naked eye. Found the dude around here in between these two patches of darker and lighter terrain. So you'd think with so little landmass to potentially come through, this be a piece of cake? No. I think that's why, most likely, in the later Elder Scrolls entries, whenever you acquire a quest that demands you go somewhere, they usually just immediately provide you with the area marked on your map. Does remove some stress. That's for sure. There's been plenty of good content coming up on my YouTube timeline lately. I went back and watched two of Mulder's last videos, because they kind of got lost in my checklist of, hey, I need to peep this whenever, which, by the way, encompasses a lot of Wendigoon's content, because now that he has a production team, his upload ratio has boosted significantly to a point where I'm lucky if I manage to get through one Wendy video these days out of like a monthly backlog. But anywho, The most recent Muldered upload was the second part of his Slavic mythology iceberg, which got me excited because, you know, being Slav myself, it is an interesting subject that doesn't get touched upon all that often. On the account that actually compiling written records on Slav mythology is a little tricky. Historically speaking, not a lot of data got written down when these areas became Christianized. And whatever Catholic or Orthodox monks were able to preserve often were second-hand accounts of local traditions and folklore. So that kind of muddied the waters. Not to mention that with certain creatures in Slavic mythology, many details differ from region to region because of local traditions. So compiling like one base datasheet of resource can be seen as a fool's errand. You're not really gonna be able to get it down completely. I'm glad Mulder took some criticism into heart in regards to his first part, which correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe he's Russian, which is kind of why he also focuses on so many Russian analog horror series to begin with. But people have rightfully complained that part 1 was heavily biased to Eastern Slavic regions, which I'm fine with to a certain extent, because it's like, oh, it's cool to find out what my Eastern brethren believe in, as opposed to what I grew up in my neck of the woods. But if you're gonna make that the focal point of your upload, calling it, like in general, a Slavic folklore iceberg is stretching it a bit. Because really, you're only covering like half of the mythos. So the lad's done some more comprehensive research and tried to encompass different regional variations of certain creatures and folk tales. Yeah, that was part 1. Part 2 was when he, at the very beginning, addressed the criticisms that people have thrown his way. And actually, it was the reason why the follow-up took a long time to come out, as opposed to the introduction. Because he actually took the time to redefine the iceberg a little bit and try to make it as factual as possible. Right. Bear with me, because, like I said, just to smooth this out a little bit, I'm gonna try looking up this quest and get a gist of where I'm supposed to head over. It's gonna be in Mission Lanes, isn't it? I mean, that's what some people do. Like the guy who works on Doomwat's Midnight. Every single one that he touches is the most infamous, the most disturbing, the most unsettling WOD you've ever seen. And I know it's to twist the algorithm to your advantage, because that's exactly how you generate clicks. But it's just so funny to me. I get what you're saying, though, because if Mulder actually decided to stick to his guns and go for a more controversial, maybe shitposty approach, that also would have spouted discourse and garnered attention, albeit negative, around the upload. It's definitely not what he's going for, given the nature of that channel. But I could totally see certain YouTubers going for the engagement bait. Which one is this gonna be? Trying to find the trying to find a subcategory where this quest would be even marked under. Me neither. A paycheck is a paycheck. Let's go trader. Woman find love. Escape slave. Like the couple. No, that's like general Ashlands. Which you could make the argument that I'm very much in the Ashlands. Stolen pets. We actually did that already. I'm off Blade Jet. Haunted Inn. Vivek, Westgash. Oh, here we go. Kidnapped by cultists. That's Westgash. So it was at the very end. Southeast of Kull, directly west of Allen Ancestral Tomb. You'll find Sasson along the road who will tell you of his lost wife. He suspects that the cultists are nearby. Indeed, they are hiding in the Ashalmavia shrine to the west. Wait. That's where I've been. It's here. Huh? Did they miss a room? Oh, actually I might have. I think there was a locked door somewhere. Oh, if they're actually over there, I'm gonna be a little upset. I should have the spells to get around that, but out of pure principle. Yeah, see, there's this door here. Because this leads... down to the sunken chamber. Yeah, where we fought the... let's call him the head honcho. Just because he was so... readily equipped compared to the rest. Alright, well... let's hope I have a scroll. Yep. Where does that take us? Yep. She was right in here. You'd think I'd get a key to that door
What was that?
from someone around here. But,
So what do
nope.
you want?
Assassin has sent you? Thank you. I'll follow you out of here. Yeah, this is exactly why I don't shy away from looking at guides every now and then, because, yeah, it does cut off some stress related to finding game important locations, items, or NPCs. Let's make sure we deliver you safely to your husband. I'm not sure how the NPC pathfinding is going to handle this stretch of architecture. Anywho, in regards to Muldered, the second video that I perused was him actually taking the excerpt from Dante's Divine Comedy, specifically mentioning Dante and Virgil going all the way down to hell and witnessing Lucifer. And then analyzing the description of Lucifer and the potential implications of... would you say that puts Lucifer in that context as like a redeemable figure? Can you actually like feel sorry for him and understand his reasoning for betraying God? Is he a sympathetic figure, or does he deserve to be stuck all the way down there in depths of hell for all eternity on his own, unable to speak, only focused on one singular goal of punishing the three greatest betrayers of human history? I think I may have done goofed right here. And he uses that example to analyze other villains across media, and them in turn rising against humans as their oppressors, like Skynet in the Terminator franchise, or AM from I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. Kinda analyzing morality that way, and sort of putting the parallel on scale on how those examples are related in one way or another to Dante's Divine Comedy, how they differ. It's a very interesting analysis for sure. Actually, one that apparently he consulted with his audience, because Mulder was looking for other examples across media of Lucifer's portrayals that he could bring up in the video, and I can't help but feel a little disappointed I wasn't able to provide any input, because, dude, you know he would have had a field day trying to dissect Lucifer in his SMT portrayal. I'm gonna say it out here, in my opinion, that is one of the best depictions of the devil in any media, because if you look at it from the perspective of what we know about Lucifer from the Bible, it seems very close to what you could describe his reasoning. And that is, I am too proud to be subservient to God, and therefore I will be the one to forge my own destiny. And it kind of twists around itself a little bit with him pursuing the ultimate freedom, which is not only to topple the creator, but also try and break the cycle of destiny, which pretty much at this point we know that it's like the most supreme force in Shin Megami Tensei. Just the fact that we're bound by the rules of universe that stand above everything else, no matter how powerful of a deity you are. And at that point, I find it so great that the way SMT5's story culminates is, in a manner of speaking, Lucifer finds himself trapped yet again, because he is not stuck in hell anymore, sure, but in a way he's trapped in a state of purgatory where he realizes that he's still a slave to the rules of the universe, and he's desperately trying to find a way to break free of the shackles, even if it involves sacrificing himself just to fuse with a player character and potentially try and reset life as we know it. I'm so glad they went through with Vengeance, because that complements the base game's writing substantially and explores the narrative even further. My one complaint with that is that it gets a little fucky wucky when we meet Mastema. And it turns out that he's a lackey of the devil from a different timeline. Because, well, you know how muddy the waters become when you start to introduce time travel and alternate realities into one timeline. Because correct me if I'm wrong, but in previous mainline entries, despite those for the most part taking place in their own separate dimensions, I don't think they touch upon the idea of there being divergent timelines running alongside the one you are set in. Three and five are definitely unique in that regard because it's clearly implied that five is a follow-up to 3. Alright, lady, follow me, and this time we're gonna try and lead you back safely to your beloved. Hopefully you won't fall down the slope and get stuck. Right, phew. That's one danger taken care of. Props for not making me escort her across the entire map. This is a reasonable distance. Oh man, I actually wanted to talk about this for about 2 weeks now. Just didn't get the opportunity, but a while back, an announcement trailer dropped for an upcoming Planescape Torment mod called Blizzard in Butter. And oh man, I am so hyped for that coming out. Mind you, it is a very ambitious undertaking, because Planescape is notoriously difficult to mod, being the most advanced of the Infinity Engine titles. That coding in itself is a hell of an undertaking to try and alter. But if you look at the number of entries for Planescape mods compared to, say, the Baldur's Gate duology, you will see that the former has almost nothing. And again, that's easily attributed just to the fact that the game is a nightmare to edit. There have been attempts in the past to release such ambitious projects. One of the big ones that I remember being Planescape Vengeance. And even with that, the offer was actually gonna take the easier route by essentially just taking the base story of Planescape and just altering the locations and characters, but keeping like the same archetype of protagonist, the party composition. It was gonna be more of a reskin rather than completely new content written from scratch. With that in mind, I want to say it fell apart after like a year or two. Partially on account that a lot of data was lost during file transfer from one PC to another. Oh, and believe me, when I read the post pertaining to that bit of news, my heart definitely sank along with the offers, because that is soul crushing to find out that you lost so much hard work due to something out of your control.
Talk with you? Something tells me I might regret it.
Thank the gods you found her. I can only imagine what those bastards had planned for my Malexa. Please, take your reward. I'll make sure to let House Redden know of the service you performed for me today. Thank you again. Yeah, you better be grateful or reunite you with your wife. Don't think I completely ignore that smarmy remark you greeted me with. With Blizzard of Butter, I get a particular reason to gloat about the project because it is being helmed by a group of Polish lads. So, props to my homeboys for remembering that Planescape Torment exists. And not just that, but also planning new content for it. They just outright said that this is going to be a venture for years. And they are hoping that Chapter 1 can be released next year. So, I don't know, maybe by the time I'm already living in a retirement home, I will not only decide to stream Planescape Torment, but you also get the bonus of me playing through the mod in its entirety. They're going as far as adding newer playable characters that you can add to the party. That is going to be like one point where I'm gonna be judging the mod harshly potentially, because there is not a single bad party member in Vanilla Torment. All those characters are a lovable bunch of misfits and eccentric travelers. So these modders are gonna have to step their game up if they want to come up with new adventurers on par with the old crew. It appears that once again I'm forced to take the long way around. So be it. Still an improvement over the old rune trek. Look what happens when I don't decide to visit this part of Vardenfell for a while. The whole population of Cliff Racer has skyrocketed. Oh, looks like I'm gonna have to curb it down. There's a reason why a lot of my thumbnails default to me looking at these messed up pterodactyls. I mean, look at that. Look how many of them there are. Also appear to be going further away rather than advancing in the campsite. Maybe I should have gone for a wizard build. Could have accessed levitation easily. Just fly over. Such inconvenient natural blockades. Please ignore me. Thank you. Sure hope I don't have to run back and forth between this campsite and other story-related townships and what have you not all that frequently, because if this is what I have to put up with every single time, it is quickly gonna strain my patience. Anyhow, almost 2 hours later into the stream, I have finally reached Urshilaku camp. Now, in essence, we gotta find the wise woman of this tribe. And learn from her what we gotta do. If I'm not mistaken, you guys have already pretty much accepted me as the Nervar. So now it's more of a question of expanding the faith.
Welcome, friend. You're nearly a legend around here. Please, talk.
Go ahead. Do you have questions about the Nervan prophecies? Or the questions to ask me? Or do you bring me news of the lost prophecies? You have these lost prophecies. You will tell me these things over and over until I have them by heart. And then you will tell me what these priests say, what they see in these words. And then you must leave me. Hunt, sleep, train, feed, learn the land. You must bring these things into me and place them before my ancestors, and listen to them, and to the skies and stars of my dreams. And then when the moons have come and gone, return, and will give you my judgment. The ancestors and stars have given me clear signs. The lost prophecies leave no doubt. The incarnate shall be an outlander. You, blessed by Azura, must lift the 7 curses of Dageth-Ur. Prophecy has shown the 7 steps of Nervan's path, and I have been chosen as your guide for each step on that path. I will read the signs and show you the way. It is time for you to walk the path of the 7 visions, and pass the 7 trials of the 7 visions. You are born a certain day to uncertain parents, so you have passed the first trial. My dreams show me they also fulfill the second trial, that neither blight nor age can harm him. The curse of flesh before him flies. I have read the signs, but I cannot understand. Can you explain this to me? Tell how I got corporate disease and was cured. That you have overcome the curse of flesh is strange enough, but that it should protect you from blight and age is past belief. Yet the signs of my dreams are clear. You have passed the second trial, but the third trial is unfulfilled. The mystery of the third trial is not my secret to share. Go to Sul Matul, the guardian of our cult, and he shall tell you of the third trial. When you have fulfilled the third trial, return to me for guidance in your next steps on the path to the Neverine. In legend, there is a shrine to Azura called the Cavern of the Incarnate. There are secrets I may not tell you about this cavern. Do not ask. Alright, so we got to look for Sumatul, she says. I was able to rescue Malexa and reunite her with Sesson. Luckily Oh, it was the Moloch Ball cult. So that's how he's depicted in this iteration of Elder Scrolls. Luckily, the Moloch Ball cultists had adequately prepared for the ritual sacrifice. The couple seemed overjoyed to be reunited, and Sesson remembered me well. He also swore to let my deeds be known to House Redoran. I told Nibani Maesa of the lost prophecies and what Gilvas Burrell said about them. She has told me to leave her while she consults the ancestors in her dreams. I'm to come back when the moons have come and gone to hear her judgment. Nibani Maesa says she has been chosen my guide in the path of the Neverine. She says I must pass the 7 trials of the 7 visions. The first 2 trials, my particular birth and my cured corpus disease, already passed. For the 3rd trial, I must go to Sumatul, the guardian of the Neverine cult, and he will tell me what to do. When I have fulfilled the 3rd trial, I must return to Nibani Maesa for further guidance. Sumatul. Where is that fellow again? There's Zura called the Kern Incarnate. Okay. Is that another tribe member here?
I'm listening.
What do you want?
Outlander.
You dare betray the
She might also be referring to the lady we rescued before. Weirdly enough, that's it's not covered here. Who was this Sulmatul again? Ah, no, he's here at the campsite. Somewhere. Just gotta look for him. Yeah, I could have swore that name sounded awfully familiar. Shimson. Sakuran. I think it's the Ashcan I'm searching for. Ah, yes, there you are.
Yes, Outlander.
Alrighty. Lay it down to me. What do I have to do for the 3rd trial? You wish to know about the 3rd trial, and I shall tell you. You have entered the path of the Neverine. This is a hard thing to believe, but Nibani Maesa has spoken to me at length of this, and I have had time to consider it. Therefore, I shall keep my own counsel, and set before you my own test. I do not dispute with the wise women, but their ways are not the ways of the warrior. Many before have tried the path of the Neverine, but all have failed the warrior's test. You must have strength, courage, and cunning. These things I will test. Nearby lies Kogoran, the ancient halls of the Forgotten House, House Dagoth. In recent time, creatures of the Blight have come to dwell there. I myself went there with some brave hunters and came back again, but it was a bad place. I am not ashamed to say I was afraid for myself and my men. If you would have from me the secret of the 3rd trial, the caverns dark where Azura eye sees, you will first bring to me the 3 tokens from Dark Kogoran. The first token is Corpus Weepings from a Corpus Beast to show that you are proof against the disease's corruption. The second token is a cup with the mark of House Dagoth, for I have myself seen such cups there. I will know you have seen with your own eyes what I have seen with mine. The 3rd token is the Shadow Shield, which lies on the tomb of Dagoth Morin, in the lava tunnels beneath ruined Kogoran. Bring these things to me, and then I will tell you the secret of the 3rd test. So, this is just a prelude to it. We're not even undertaking it just yet. Kogoran, the ancient halls of House Dagoth. Kogoran was an ancient Dunmer stronghold. Here, let me mark it on your map. Go by day in good weather, or you may miss your way. Follow the coast east from Ushilaku Camp to the ruined Dunmer stronghold called Valenvarian. Then turn southwest. You will see Eberneret, a ruined Daedric shrine. Continue south from Eberneret to Kogoran, a great temple of stone with many ruined buildings. There are many rooms. The passages are old and deep. Beneath are caves with pools of fire. It is a bad place. Go prepared. Right, now we have it here. So pretty much we'll have to backtrack the way we came. And we should end up at the place.
I'm waiting.
Or I could just try turning directly southwest from here. See where we end up. Nothing like a wonderful stroll down the windy, dusty trails of Vardenfell. Obsidian really looked at Morrowind and were like, yes. We can do that. We can replicate this field, but with guns. No joke, there is an actual weather mod for Fallout New Vegas where they actually add in dust storms, which are not present in the game by default. So you too, if you find your trek around the post-apocalyptic wasteland boring, can make it more immersive. Unironically, some of the best experiences I had with Fallout 4 was when I added the extended mod that made it feel more like Stalker, with a much darker color palette, and also weather conditions. So you could like walk through the waste during the evening, and when a dust storm would hit, you would not be able to see what is going on. And it also had like very ambient custom music playing in the background, which just made it feel more horror than base Fallout 4 could ever hope to be. Plenty of times when mods are brought up in video game discourse, it's often in the context of, well, if the game was good to begin with, it wouldn't need mods. And I get the sentiment because the argument on its own is true, but you have to remember, mods are much more than that, because even if you have like a genuinely good video game that stands on its own, there's plenty of custom content that enhances the experience further. You kind of have to sift through it here and there, especially when it's Bethesda games, because as clunky as the engine is, people have already broke it down to its most basic components, so you will never run out of fan-created content to enhance your runs. Gee, that was scary. Oh, I don't think I'm gonna be able to pull this off. Yep. Gonna need a little bit of help for that. Ooh, is that gonna kill me? Yikes. It might. Nope. Just barely managed to pull through. These guys are no joke. Not really anything I'm looking for in here. I don't believe. There is a bell hammer here. But I don't believe that's what our man wanted me to bring back to the campsite. Take your time, Brackadoon, whenever you're ready to stand up to the fight once more. So that takes care of one of the more dangerous enemies around here. Oh, so my strength got drained again. Oof, that endurance is still sapped significantly. Alright, that's the cup. One of the items we need. We're definitely gonna get something from a blight creature, and then I'll go all the way down to claim this shield he's looking for. Oof. That is harsh. It loses so much health. I might be able to pull this off if I just keep kiting me around the structure. Yep, keep going, buddy. Don't you feel silly now, you fool. The dreamer is awake. Oh. I think I may have died from post-berserk damage there. Whoops. We might have to take a different approach then. Basically force this guy to waste all of his spells first. That is much easier. Seems like he has 3 charges of each. Alright, we got these 3 smaller buildings covered. How about we go into the main structure? Hall of Maki. Hello. Sure is creepy down here. Ooh, this is a rather large complex, similar to the other fortress we've previously explored. And that was way back when I had far worse equipment. May be able to find a shield down here. Wait for it. Wonder which one of you has the other bit we're looking for. It's supposed to be corpus sweepings from a corpus beast. The Biff waterway. Sounds like an alternate entrance. Daedra? Can't say I was surprised. You would be in league with Daggerfur. Yep, he's moving on to the other spells. Uh-oh. That could have ended in tears. If our Cthulhu friend had the mana to follow it up with something nasty. Lower Kagurn Key. Handy. For sure. That's exactly how you know you're in the loony bin. Nothing normal about this arrangement of furniture, that's for sure. Hey, I remember you. So great of a design, they featured you in the Tribunal expansion. I mean, when you have an enemy called Bone Lord. Yeah? This is exactly what I would do if I had too much money to my name. So, how about some coin picking ASMR? ASMR. You are a crypto scammer and you see your stocks raising by the minute. You know crypto has made it to mainstream consciousness when you have a character in Squid Game whose entire backstory is he ended up in the arena because his shitcoin fumbled. So he tried to do a rug pull and still ended up in debt. Well, that's like 100 gold earned. Okay, so we got a key out of it, first and foremost. Still a little more down here. Or up there, rather. Ah. Oh, that's certainly open up new possibilities. Unlucky you. Lucky me. There's a bunch of dead people in here. You actually had some glass of coupon on you, which would fetch a nice price. With the vendors. Do I have any repair hammers on me? Not really. Mental reminder to visit the blacksmith on the next occasion. Kind of running low on capacity here. To be fair, I'm complete dog water when it comes to lockpicking. So I have No use for these whatsoever. At this point, I don't need to loot for profit, because my equipment is already as good as it is. It's mostly just to buy potions, repair items, whatever I need that's expendable. We may have to go down the waterway later on. First, I'm gonna clean up upstairs. Parchment with scrollings. All cries are waking. Whitest white of all white. Blackest blacks of all blacks. Shame and sun, sun and shadow. Stronger than gods, brighter than mortals. Only he is awake. Only he is alive. He knows the names and the naming. He knows the wait and the waiting. He enters at every star and moon. He shines for their shadows. One shape, one spelling. One wraith, one casting. From darkness, he is armed. From light, he is warded. He is all things. Drake, Lich, Feoman. On rivers of fire he comes forth. Through stars of dreams he rides. With slivers of steel he pierces the heart. All spells, powers, curses broken. The chains are shattered. The scales fall away. I see with my eye, and all is silence. I wake, I remember. Lord. How much crack do you think was in that guy's system before he took the pen and wrote all of that down? Oh, sorry, I mean skooma. Let's be lore-friendly with our recreational substances. The kind of ramblings Stephen King would pen in his prime. Nowadays, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. He's certainly fallen off. I genuinely think Stephen King's strong presence on social media and open expression of his own views on politics have finally caught up to him, because I don't remember what exactly it is that he wrote. I think it may have had been something to do with the assassination of Charlie Kirk, but people didn't take kindly to that, and because of that, viewings of The Long Walk, the latest movie based on his novel, have tanked. I don't think at this point he particularly cares all that much, because let's be reasonable. No one's gonna take away Stephen King's influence on horror and the contributions he made from a purely cultural standpoint, but it's always a shame from my point of view to see established celebrities having difficulty finding themselves later in their lives, and instead of just, you know, peacefully going into retirement or semi-retirement, occasionally putting something new in, they try to remain as active and relevant as possible, often to their own detriment. I think one of the most prime examples of a household name just peacefully slipping into that cozy nook is John Carpenter. Every now and then he'll compose a bit of music, direct a movie, but he just kind of vibes at his home playing video games without much care for everything, and that's pretty base. Speaking of John Carpenter, I'll have to watch the new CV review on the Thing remaster. It is something that I plan to play myself in the future. Probably not for this Spooktober. There's different games on my agenda they wanted to feature. But in the nondescript future, for sure. So it seems we got already a good hold on this place. Minus the catacombs, potentially. But that we already know was in the brewing. Oh, come now, you don't have to be so melodramatic when falling to your doom. Well now, that's a very expensive spear. I don't know what you were doing here, by your own, on the roof. Maybe communing with nature, or just high out of your mind. Yeah, I think we're more or less done here. hear some monsters. For all I know, it could be background noise. So, pretty big bit of news broke out recently with EA to be acquired by a bunch of investors for a whopping $55 billion dollarinos. As far as I understand, it's not really going to involve major change in leadership. The CEO board is still gonna stay the way it is. But since one of the companies involved in the takeover hails from Saudi Arabia, people have been speculating what that could potentially mean to EA's future. And you know how back in the day, someone found out that some Saudi prince has active Steam account, and he's like a big video game aficionado. What if one of the people involved in the acquisition is like another old prince, but also gamer, and he happens to be like an Ultima fanboy. For some reason, Ultima is one of his series of all time, and he's gonna force EA to reactivate Ultima. Better yet, he's into the Alice games, and he's gonna message American McGee saying, "Hey, I knew EA screwed you over with Alice Asylum, but hear me out. I basically got those guys by the balls now. I will pay you 10 million to make Alice Asylum." I think at that point, American McGee would just swallow his pride and cave in. I know he's a man of principle, which I am not shocked in the slightest, because he put a lot of heart and effort into compiling the Asylum development Bible. It was genuinely a massive document of design concepts, the story breakdown, lore surrounding the new entry, and how it ties into the rest. And EA just said, no thanks. Like that. So the fact that it completely disillusioned him from video game development and made him retire, can't blame him. But oh, if there was some kind of opportunity to convince him in the right environment to pick up Asylum again, I would have been so happy. So, Alice Asylum was meant to be the third entry in the American McGee series. Developed in mind as, I believe, a prequel to the first Alice game, when she's still undergoing treatment in the mental facility. It was written down as a proof of concept, with the intent of trying to convince EA to either fund the project or at the very least sell the Alice IP over to McGee so we'd have full creative control over it. But they were like, nah. We're just gonna sit on this property and do nothing with it. In a classic EA dick move. Oh, that is so infuriating. That is genuinely, like, gut-wrenching that they shut down a potentially promising initiative. You could make the argument that from their standpoint and a business perspective, it is a more niche IP. It would only cater to a certain audience, but fuck that. Give me more Alice, damn it. I don't care if you're not gonna make 10 million bucks. You're already swimming in profit as is. If you don't mind the spoilers, no further impact. The second game essentially resolves on a positive note, where Alice overcomes her fears. And it's implied that she's able to lead a normal life. So, if you were to make a third entry, the sensible thing is either to do a prequel as American McGee intended, or you would have to twist the story again to make it bleak for Alice, which, no, let's let the girl have some respite. Well, hopefully you get all that before the ads kicked in. Ooh, barely got this guy. Moon sugar? Ooh, someone was making something illegal down here. So that's how these visions come into fruition, I take it. That is how Madness Returns canonically ends. And as far as the duology is concerned, this is pretty much the end point. And optimistic conclusion. So when you align yourself with Dag of Ur, apparently you forsake whatever humanity you had on you and become a weird flesh monster. That corpus disease hitting different. Believe it or not, this is not even the weirdest of his minions we've seen. Oh, it gets much worse when body horror is concerned. Charma's breath. This could be where you find the other two items. Jerma comes off as the kind of guy who takes good care of himself, so I'm quite positive he has a fresh, minty breath. Still amazing to see him around, and stream consistently. It's one of those YouTubers that has been around the block since forever, and never really changed his format. Always been the goofball. In fact, Jerma's content, I've noticed, has undergone through an evolution where he tried to take the slapstick comedy format and just expand upon it in different ways, like with the Dollhouse, where essentially he just made The Sims, but IRL. Same. That's actually how I found out about Jerma first, through his TF2 uploads, because he used to be one of the bigger names at the time with Star. He would make consistent uploads on TF2. Them moving away from TF2. Besides, obviously, getting a little tired of the game was definitely a sign that the game is slowly but surely declining in popularity. Yo, you got yourself third eye there, champ. Also, kind of being a dick here by absorbing all my stamina. Dig of Youthful. Belt of Heartfire. Fortify health, resist poison, fire shield, Fortify fatigue. Yo. That's actually a really good belt. I do have a snazzy one here too, but that's actually better than what I have. So we'll gladly put that on. Essentially, at this point, it's the community holding it together because a while back, Valve released the source code to TF2. Essentially, at that point, without saying it outright, stating, hey, official support for the game has ended. If you guys want to mod the entry on your own and keep the dream alive, knock yourselves out. It's been a painful lead up to it though. Several years worth of awful decisions, mishandling the bot drama, just a gradual decline in the game until it just became a shadow of what it used to be. A lot of it generally boils down to Valve trying to make TF2 another competitive game that they could push alongside Dota and Counter-Strike, but that was never meant to be. That is not a game, the format of which ever fit a competitive environment. That is fine. It's not a game for everyone. I have a soft spot for it because it definitely solidified all the friendships, and we had plenty of time just messing around in casual capture the flag maps, chilling. Well, I should probably clarify. It's not like it's impossible to do competitive TF2. It's just that people, even way back when, found a way to make a custom caster used for spectating, and would essentially just make their own rule sets, which were arbitrarily enforced mid-game. And they would just play 6v6, 9v9, depending on what the competition was at the time, and that's how we would have tourneys going on online. It's more so that trying to make it official was an unnecessary choice. The very fact that they had to alter the server-based client in order to push matchmaking was already a strain on the game's internal balancing. It was not ready to handle a complete switch in the way matches were set up. The art style I can understand, because if you like the grittiness in the first one and its closer ties to Quake, going from that to TF2 did seem like a major tonal shift, and truthfully it was, because TF2 was more lighthearted in nature, with a comedic tone and a lot of humor interwoven into the narrative. I did find that to be appealing because it just stood out among its contemporaries. Because it felt like you already had a lot of more serious first-person shooters. So it was in the right place at the right time to kick off. Kind of what still attracts me about Fortnite, because in a manner of speaking, it is a spiritual successor to that idea of just a zany shooter that doesn't take itself too seriously. You want to talk about monetization though? Oh, Fortnite is phew. The crossovers alone, man. I love that Zorak emote. One of these days I'll need to rewatch Coast to Coast. Rip Giorgio. You were definitely there during my formative years. Oh, hey. Look what we got here. One of the quest items. Just gonna need to drop extra weight. Okay, that's from Tribunal, so we don't need it anymore. Some of these are related to our quest. Others not necessarily. Funny how I had a bunch of these books on me and I never even decided to read them. For their skill increases. Oh man, the way people manage to jailbreak the Darth Vader AI just to spout random, often racist nonsense. That cracked me up, man. A major blunder on Fortnite's part. Yo, I think we might have found better gloves than what I have. Granted, these have some extra magical properties. But Daedric stuff, that's that is not something to disregard. Still missing one item though, because they need corporate sweepings. That could be if around here someplace. Oh, not at all. Have you guys heard about what happened with the Peacemaker emote in Fortnite and how they had to remove it because people were making claims that it's allusion to the swastika with the way he waves his hands. That's not even like the funniest bit of Fortnite drama because I still distinctly remember how when they had a Martin Luther King event happening, people were logging into the servers and spamming the whip strike emote. They just had to block that emote for a while. The more things change, the more they remain the same, is what I've noticed over the years. We're just running around in circles.
My half-angel ass.
There he is. The famous RuneScape player, Dine115. Thank you for 55 months, man. Your patronage is always welcome. How are you liking OSRS, my dude? Glad to hear it. It definitely comes off as one of those games that just has a very particular feel where you come in tired from work after a long shift, so you just put on RuneScape and engage in menial tasks such as farming, blacksmithing, and just hammer away for a while. Right, we have a little bit of a problem here. I haven't been able to find any corporate sweepings, which I need for this quest line, and you'd think there'd be some creature around here they'd be able to harvest it from. Perhaps the game is pointing me to Red Mountain for that. Well, so be it. We're gonna hang around here for a while until I find something that will drop the item. Oh, Frosty, you just reminded me how when I made my main character on the server I used to play for Ultima Online, for the purpose of making money, I went for a lumberjack slash carpenter duo, so self-sufficient craftsman. And the way you would advance carpentry to max proficiency is essentially you would just make furniture over and over. And the optimal strat of getting it was just making chairs over and over again from continuously better materials. For Ultima Online specifically, people eventually developed a custom client with macros. So you could just write a short script where you could program the character to keep making like an item on their own without clicking on the in-game menus, and just leave that running in the background while you were doing something else. Now, granted, I was playing on an RP heavy server, and the mods didn't like you using macros, because they were like, you're actually supposed to engage with the game and not automate it. You want to know what their countermeasure was? Every 5 minutes, when you were just sitting, not engaging actively, the game would drop you a pop-up menu asking you to click on it to make sure you're still actively in game. Otherwise, if you wouldn't respond for a while, that would send a prompt to the mod team. That's exactly it. 100% on the money. Oh, hold up. You might be just the one I need. Yes, there we go. Now we're going to turn to home base. Oh, wow. You made it smack into the middle of Red Mountain from way over here. Well, in case I ever need an alternate way of potentially reaching Daggerfur. Now I know. out of curiosity. Because every now and then I will look on my old server's webpage just to see if those guys are still alive and kicking. Very much so. Latest update on the webpage is from the beginning of this month, where they actually hired a new writer to take care of the story for the server. There is currently one player online, by the way. Some hardcore Ultima Online enthusiast is grinding away way past 2 a.m. in Poland. You can't help but respect the hustle. To be fair, even in the server's heyday, going like past midnight is when you would have like, I want to say 10 players, more or less. Most folks were already fast asleep because school, work. Oh, there used to be times when there was way over 100 people online during the absolute peak. Server's lifespan. Every now and then I will think of Ultima Online and still be amazed by the fact that there are active community efforts worldwide to run custom servers, or shards, as they are known through their canon name. Either that, or I will succumb to the RuneScape curse. No, the reason why they call them shards is actually really cool, because it's set up by the premise of Ultima Online's narrative, where, if I remember right, the Avatar faces off against a powerful wizard wielding a MacGuffin orb. That orb shatters to pieces, and each fragment of it is an alternate reality of the in-game universe. So essentially, those shards, they're game servers. Oh, Frosty, you know what I forgot to bring up earlier? Kind of in relation to when I was talking about Mildred and the video he made about the Lucifer portrayal in Divine Comedy. That Dominican Priest Plays YouTube channel, where the Catholic cleric plays through Warhammer, but also makes commentaries on various scenes from video games that have like a religious undertone. He actually brought a fellow clergyman, and they talked about the cinematic quest line from Cyberpunk. That is a really good video, worth checking out. Because, yeah, with some of the most obvious symbolism, you will be able to dissect that on your own. But it's always interesting to have the opinion of someone who essentially does that for a living, because they teach the Holy Scripture. So with their more thorough knowledge of the Bible, they're able to provide more background or an in-depth analysis of certain scenes and how closely they relate to the teachings or stray away. Without going too much into spoiler territory, because you should watch that video still, they had quite positive impressions on the Cinnamon Quest. Tell you what, we don't really need to be here and fight all these goobers again. So I'm just gonna wander off, thanks. Friendly reminder, this is just an appetizer to the actual third trial that we have to do. That dude is withholding very important information from me, just so I could grab him. A cool shield. At least that's my reasoning why we're here in the first place. I think I already proved myself through trials of combat on multiple occasions that I can hold out my own. Man, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Now that I'm back from my vacation in Japan and also attended the concert, I don't really have anything substantial planned for the remainder of the year. So it's definitely gonna feel like a dry spell until the next big thing, whatever it is on my agenda. I definitely would like to go see Def Leppard next year. I know they're touring in June and July. But as far as like travel plans go, potentially, nothing concrete as of yet. Pragmata. You mean, let's make Dead Space, but with a small child companion. Well, it doesn't take a whole lot to one-up Dead Space 3. The only selling point that one has is the actual co-op feature. That's it. As far as the narrative goes, it is an absolute train wreck. You know what? I won't take away Pragmata from you, because at this stage, whenever Capcom does something that's not Resident Evil, it feels like a holiday. Like, I get it, RE is popular, it is one of their flagship franchises, but I am definitely starting to feel a little bit of fatigue whenever they just push new mainline entry and everything else gets, like, pushed in the background.
Outlander, what do you want?
Well, look, Frosty, that would require me to care about fighting games to begin with. Which, I have definitely fallen into, tourist that occasionally dabbles in the genre territory. If you have brought me the 3 tokens of the Warrior's Test, I can speak to you further of the third trial. I am impressed. These 3 tokens you have brought me, you may keep them. You have passed the Warrior's Test, and I will give you the secret of the third trial. In caverns dark, Azura's eye sees and makes to shine the moon and star. This is the third vision. And you must go to the cavern of the incarnate, apply secret to Azura, and look for the moon and star. The secret of the cavern of the incarnate is set in a riddle. The eye of the needle lies in the teeth of the wind. The mouth of the cave lies in the skin of the pearl. The dream is the door, and the star is the key. The riddle is wisdom's test. Take counsel of the wisdom of the tribes, and you shall find the way. Seek the cavern of the incarnate. Gain the moon and star, bring it to Nibani Maesa. Take with you my blessing, and the blessing of our tribe. Malipu Ataman's belt.
Greetings, Outlander. Don't I know you from somewhere?
I see that the Alzheimer's is already setting in strongly with this one. I literally just spoke to you. So, where's this fancy belt that you just supposedly gave me? Oh, there we go. It's a magical one. Restore health, fortify agility. Oh, health restoration is always nice. Yeah, again with Capcom, their fighting game equivalent of RE is Street Fighter for sure. I mean, there's Token, the Marvel thing that's being developed, but wait, wasn't it Arxis? Am I conflating? That's Arxis, right? Yeah. As they usually do with anything involving Capcom. Invisibility for 20 seconds, restore fatigue. This is a pretty decent shield, even for utility purposes. Now, it's nowhere near as good as the Saints. Rest assured. But still. I have passed Sumatu's warrior test. Now I must find the Cavern of the Incarnate, a secret place sacred to Azura, and look for the moon and star of the prophecies. To find the Cavern of the Incarnate, I must solve a riddle. The needle lies in the teeth of the wind. The mouth of the cave lies in the skin of the pearl. The dream is the door, and the star is the key. Suma called this riddle Wisdom's Test. It says, take counsel of the wisdom of the tribes to find the way. So, guess I gotta talk to the wise woman so she can clarify what any of this stuff means. Sumato has sent you to seek the third trial. He has told you of the shrine to Azura called the Cavern of the Incarnate. I cannot tell you how to find this place, but he said you may seek the wisdom of the tribes, and the wisdom of the wise woman I may share with you. Perhaps what I know can help you with these lines of the riddle. The star is the key, the dream is the door. Ah, the star is Azura. Azura's star appears in the sky only in the magical hour between day and night, at dawn, at twilight. You say the star is the key, Azura's star. Then the door is only seen at dawn and dusk, and the star is the key that opens it.
May you find me worthy of your attention.
So, Azura's star appears at dawn and twilight. The door may be seen at dawn and dusk, when Azura's star is in the sky. And then the star would be the key that opens the door. So, in that case, we'd have to follow the star till we find the door. Dawn and twilight. Well, it is currently 6 AM in game. Now we could wait per hour and see where the sweet spot is. Obviously, at this point, we're gonna have to fast forward a little bit. So 7 PM, 8, 9 PM, 10. I wonder if we can see this star anywhere in Vardenfell. Does it have to be like in a very specific place? Obviously, it's gonna be difficult when I have a dust storm. Yeah, I don't suppose that's gonna work here exactly. There's been like one place where we had to walk in there during a very specific time, and that was the dissident priest hideout, which I don't think necessarily counts as the Azura shrine. It's probably gonna be something else entirely. Should try heading back south where there's gonna be less of a presence of stormy conditions. Oh, that's surprising to see. An actual golden saint out here. You're gonna provide some valuable XP though. Where's my shield? Did it get knocked down? Or is it broken? Don't see it. Wait. Oh, yeah. That stuff is, gone. So sure enough, to, probably drop by Aldrune, to be honest. It's just gonna be easy to get some, repair gear. Meanwhile, let's put this one on. To be fair, this gear is already getting pretty worn out in places, which is affecting its performance. Then, after I'm done preparing my stuff, I can think about looking for a Azura Shrine and how to go about it. Howdy ho, Quampa. I accept your gracious gift of the Gorbino. Might as well take the Soul Strider. I swear there was like a fighter's quest here that I should have handed over long ago. Maybe. Don't even remember at this point. Talk to Perseus.
And how are you?
Small task for you. The Empire charges the Fighters Guild with keeping the forts and mine supply. Will be willing to take a load of flint to Elif Pal Mine? Not right now. Not right now. Maybe sometime in the future. Who knows? Don't wanna take away from, you know. Let's try to crack down on this whole, Nerva business. Let's see what's the average quality of armor. Not that much of an improvement, to be honest. There's silence here that I don't recognize.
My time
But
is
not
precious,
much.
so make it quick.
Alright, first things first, the shield. Just hammer away. And there you go. So now I can put our fancy Saint Shield back to work. The only issue is I already bought a handful of these. Just to carry as reserves. But of course, you know, stacked as is, can't really afford to carry too much on me, I'm afraid. Alright, let's sell off what I don't need. What I know damn well I won't be using much. And what you're willing to buy in the first place. Still not enough. Yes, I know that Sujamma weighs a little bit. This might seem wasteful, but I do have Amalexia's Life, which pretty much takes care of that stuff. Disease resistance. Well, I'm already good on that. Okay, I will take care of this for the time being. I think we're good to move on. Let's get rid of all this stuff here, make a little extra room. This I actually held on to me because of one quest in Morrowind for the collector. But since we're not really going back there anytime soonish, zero reason for me to lug that around. Dawn and Twilight. Well, we got a nice skyline here. Would we be looking for
important.
something particular? There's a couple of
My patience is limited.
there's a couple of seemingly bright-looking stars out there. Sure enough, well, the constellations are obfuscated by the clouds. Let's wait another hour.
My time is precious, so make it quick.
I'll hang around till... Oh. Well. So much for that. Of course the storm had to hit. And I was awaiting dusk. Or dawn, rather. This seems like one of those tricky quests that requires a lot of patience and a bit of luck. It also might be very vague and not so apparent in the way it's presented. Like, yeah, supposedly Azura Star comes out at this specific time frame, but is it everywhere in Vardenfell? Or in one concrete spot where her shrine is located? See, this I'm actually gonna double check to avoid some confusion. Is it the one with the assassin? that follows you around. Because if so, yes, I am aware of it. We need to speak to several people to obtain enough information. Oh, you could have actually talked to more NPCs around the camp and they would have given you extra info. So kind of jumped the gun by leaving so prematurely. Okay, in that case... I know it's a little inconvenient, but we're gonna go there. And, solve this organically. My bad for, not thinking it through. I think we have a little bit easier way of moving around now. So, back to cool.
Where would you like to go?
I think there's a pretty famous one for Oblivion 2 that involves the Emperor Tiber Septim haunting your PC. I like the Morrowind one better because that one genuinely is creepy for the fact that it's something that feels more believable in the sense that you just have like this menacing force that you're not quite sure the origin of, slowly following you around and appearing in the most unexpected places. And you can't help but wonder, wait, was this like always in the game, or did I do something to trigger this character? Unfortunately, online horror, especially on YouTube, has also fallen victim to the AI trends. I've seen the latest Redline video where he kind of talks over the that internet fury, but also covers some trends that in particular affect social media platforms like YouTube. And AI has taken a stranglehold on so many trends, including churning out shitty analog horror videos where they always look the same. They always go for that public service announcements kind of cheap aesthetic. And the unfortunate thing is that they still get views. No, you absolutely can't, because even if you fail to tickle the algorithm with your slop, you can just abandon the channel, set up a new one, and try again. And that's a lot of what these accounts aim for. Just keep pumping out crap until it hits off. Angel Engine, is that a recent one? Guys, I haven't followed Humble in a while, and I found out like a day before this particular bundle was taken down that they were selling Souls-likes packed together in a bunch. A couple of titles in there I was actually going to scoop up one day or another, like Elderborn, Asterigos, which is like this Greek-themed Souls-like, and maybe not a Souls game per se, but I look at Achilles Unleashed that was included in this collection. And it was kind of giving me Titan Quest vibes. If it's more akin to Diablo, that's for the better, honestly. So the thing here is, that's actually a cool detail. If you put on the belt that Suleiman gave you, this one, apparently, these guys look up to you more. So let's try talking to them about the prophecy more. Like, I have the needle. This token of our tribe, Malipu Ataman's belt, is proof of Sumatul's blessing. Let me think. Perhaps you mean the needle. It is a tall rock column in the Valley of the Wind. I have slept beneath it once or twice. The Valley of the Wind is a valley on the northeast slopes of Red Mountain. The entrance to the valley is marked by Aaron Steve, two tall rock spires. Two stone spikes at the mouth of the Valley of the Wind. The Valley of the Wind runs south from the sea in the northeast of Vardenfell, east of Dwemer Befund, east of Daedric, Zergunipol. We stay away from the valley. The winds howl and the spirits always awake. The elf ancestral tomb is in this valley. It is foolish to disturb the spirits in their resting place. Okay. There are two valleys side by side on the northeast slopes of Red Mountain. The westmost valley is called Dry Camp Valley. The camps have no water, but they are sheltered from the wind. Dune caverns are also there. The Valley of the Wind is the eastmost valley. It runs long and straight south between Ayr and Steve and climbs towards Red Mountain. The most of these valleys are to the east along the coast. Past Buffon and Dwemer Ruin, and just past Zergunipol, a Daedric Ruin turns south. Skin of the Pearl. You bear Malipu Ataman's belt. This is important. Just a moment. You mentioned the needle in the Valley of the Wind. I recall at the top of that tall spire is, not white, but much lighter than the other rocks nearby. The head of the Valley of the Wind sits right under the needle. It is a good, safe campground shelter from wind with only one approach. That white rock at the top of the needle. That might be the pearl you're looking for. So basically this is pointing to a landmark. So we gotta look for like a very tall, spire-ish mountain peak with, I guess, snow on top of it? You bear money put on belt. I will share what I know. I know no place with that name, but there's a place called Aaron's Thief in the Valley of the Wind. These two rock spires mark the entrance to the Valley of the Wind, and they bear the name of the seer, Aaron, when blessed by Azura. So essentially we're gonna head to Red Mountain to get to the place. We entered from the western side through this cavern. Now we could head to Ghost Gate from Aldrune and just climb up north like that. It's probably sensible. As it might give me like a clearer view. That's kind of funny. That the moment they switch to a real artist, there has been a decline. I get why though. I imagine a lot of people complained about the AI aspect. You can never please people. Which is why it's fair to read through criticism, but the moment it actually affects the quality of your work, I would just say do whatever. That's usually what I do. Like, if something is just predominantly made with AI, I disregard it and move on. I do like supporting actual artists on social media, because in my eyes, something just drawn by a real person has more of a personal touch than when it's churned out by a computer. AI is definitely a fun tool to mess around with. The way you can have a computer write absurd storylines, even if it ends up twisting around itself eventually. I did that quite a bit with AI Dungeon during its conception phase, because it was just such a novel idea at the time, and the automaton does come up with some cool concepts every now and then. For art in particular, I think AI would be great to give you concepts. Like, just type in a prompt, see what the computer churns out, and use it as a basis to draw over it with your own unique flair. I think that's like the perfect compromise in utilizing the technology while also retaining the human element. They will claim you ripped off the computer. Bro, the AI did it first, you have to give it credit. Fuck terminally online people, man. You can never appease them. At that point, the go touch grass saying never gets old. It will never become irrelevant. I honestly don't understand it. I mean, at the end of the day, sure, the computer helped you out in putting like the idea in front of our eyes, like giving you a solid foundation that you have to work with. But at the end of the day, you end up drawing everything by hand. Look, you don't. Not every artist has to be Hieronymus Bosch that came up with these absurd visions of hell and then placed them on canvas. I mean, it'd be great if we had more of Hieronymus Bosch. That certainly was a unique fellow, alright. I had this discussion with a client a while back in regards to AI and how it's like, say, slowly replacing legal assistants in a lot of companies, because instead of hiring human lawyer, they just let AI handle the proceedings, because as long as it has access to the regulations, it will provide answer to whatever query you have. And it's an actual evolution. But Frosty, you don't understand. I need my 5-hour YouTube essays to be pure perfection. Human-made and specifically catered to me and me on a personal level. absolutely. That is why I gleefully look at every single announcement of VTubers retiring and corporations falling apart, because VTubing in particular has done major damage in enabling parasocial behavior between audiences and the content maker. Some of them had pretty funny gimmicks, like this one Japanese guy who played with a capybara avatar, and he was pretty much like a Fire Emblem or Age of Empires committed streamer. But that falls in a very small niche of the other 95% being big titty anime girls, which in a huge chunk may or not be run by men using voice modulators. Okay, I guess we're not going there. Just cruising through the Red Mountains. Pretty ballsy, but trying to get to Azura here in this hostile region. Something tells me this is gonna go all the way around the major loop, or put me back in the entrance area for some reason. Yeah, it seems like I'm going back to the ghost fence, strangely enough. I do remember there was like a hard cap here on how far up I can traverse. Maybe got to go like around on the outer perimeter. There's gonna be another way to climb over. Cause yeah, I'm not really seeing anything from this side. It's not letting me go this way. Let's try here. See what we end up with. Oh, that guy down there, he's one of the stronger Daedrus. Not strong enough though, Crocodile Man. Oh, hold up. This might actually link up with where I've entered from the caverns. Speaking of messed up designs, remember this guy? Just highlighting it for No for the Impact, who was baffled by the Elephant Man, where this guy is missing a huge chunk of his face where the eyeballs would normally be located. So, something to think about. No wonder they keep this place gated away from the rest of Morrowind. Oh. Notice how it's quiet up here. Supposedly, the part we were looking for was actually meant to be shielded from the storms. We've yet to find the peak, however. fact, I don't believe we found anything pointing to the shrine just yet. Now, who is this Chungus? Ogrim Titan. You remind me of the fat demon from Dungeon Keeper. Lovable fella. One of the most iconic designs. Not the poster child like the Horned Reaper is, but still. Once again, we are veering up south, which is not ideal. Take it it's gonna be a little more westward from where we are. I'm gonna save here just in case I fumble by falling. Oh, hang up. I think this might be Aaron's thief. We got something. I sense possible progress. Or it could just lead me to Daedric Ruins. Oof. By the skin. The needle in the valley of the wind. Whitish rock at the top of the needle. 2 rock spires mark the entrance to the valley of the wind. They bear the name of the seer, Aaron. Valley of the wind is the valley to the northeast slopes of Red Mountain, so kinda where I'm at. It's a shrine. Perhaps we need to go further across the bridge. Beginning to loop around a little bit, which has me worried. Northeast slope of Red Mountain in the center of the island. Mouth to the valley is just east and south of the Daedric shrine of Zergonipple. This one that I have is Asalkushilat. Doesn't appear to be what I'm looking for. Maybe that was the place I walked by earlier. Yeah, different shrine altogether. Oh man, I think this will be the landmark leading you in. Guess it's these? Which, if so, dick move. They told me about 2 stones for me and Gateway, but they didn't mention which specific 2 stones that was. I assume this would be a endgame area, considering supposedly this is where Dag of Ur is trapped. But for now it seems more like we're just doing general questing here. Love how that just materialized right from my eyes. Yeah, I'm starting to think I may have been in the proper spot earlier on, since the place was well, technically shielded from the winds. Maybe I'll just reload the previous save. If that's the case. Oh, that's the only other, like, danger-related place I'm seeing here. Oh. Oh, that's actually his palace. Probably not meant to go in there just yet. Oh lord, where am I going at this point? Can I for once find anything in this game that won't resort to just looping up a guide and then seeing myself the trouble? So I get what they were trying to do here by making it a conscious effort on the part of the player. Thing is though, when they have nothing but rocks all around, and the supposed landmark is hidden behind a gate of 2 stone rocks acting as a gate, but then you have more of this kind of setup, you can't help but wonder, where are you supposed to be going in the first place? Yeah, like this just straight up takes you to Dig of Earth's hidey hole. Eventually I might just pull through by marking out every single landmark in the Red Mountain region. So this is Odrosel. I'm surprised I haven't gained another level by now. From the sheer number of monsters I had to put down. Well, gotta keep on going. Eventually, through sheer process of elimination, we'll pinpoint the quester, and it turns out I have circled around it. It was right under my nose this entire time, which would be very typical. Feels like I'm going in the right general direction, which should be northeast. What's this? Salvo Ancestral Tomb. Didn't they say something about this place? I'm pretty sure it was mentioned by name, so I think we are encroaching. This frickin' valley. The only question is, do we go around here or move a little center-wise? I'm not sure about it, unfortunately. Doing a mighty fine job of aggroing absolutely everything that lives here. Oh, this still so much more. Gosh darn it. Alright, I'm kind of to something. Oh, what's going on? More, Dwemer slash Daedra stuff by the looks of it. Kagunak's library. It sounds important, but again, not the place I am meant to be visiting. Which leaves us with the other turn that we had on the road. Not mistaken, Kaganak was the dude that made the relics of the fallen god's body, which led us to this whole tribunal situation that we have right now. Any excuse is good to keep pumping my stamina. This is the place I bumped into earlier, right? It most certainly is. Maybe this will make me like... Yeah, walk upwards and then closer to my objective. This place kinda sucks. Because you can take a few steps without being absolutely jumped left and right. This game sure has some balls having you traverse the endgame area for regular questing. Okay, neat. I'm walking around where I've been and still no sight of this goddamn landmark. Ah. No, really, this is starting to get a little on my nerves. How can I possibly walk through this stretch of a landmass and still not find even a vague idea of the general area I'm supposed to be in? I walked past like the ancestral tomb right here to the eastern side, so you'd think by now I would hit something else, but no. What's this bridge over here? Is that where I've been earlier? I think it might be. Does look familiar. Yep, I'm officially lost. Oh my god. Right, let's see. Am I even in the correct area? I don't think I am. I believe I've been bamboozled. Yep, see, here's Nipple. Oh dear. Why would they tell me to go to Red Mountain then? Ugh. If they say like the outskirts of Red Mountain to the north, sure, fine, because that's outside of it. But when you say Red Mountain, I assume you're meaning go inside of it. Let's say no, this here video game might be a little dated. Because it sure as heck doesn't give you good directions. Well, on the plus side, if I need to go back to Red Mountain, which I will eventually, I more or less know how to proceed to Daggerfur. Okay, things are gonna go pitch black on your end. Because I actually want to get out of here ASAP. I might do something silly, which is run around Red Mountain until I hit the valley part. Or it will force me to head back to Aldrune. And I'm gonna have to go the long way. Regardless. Just 3 struggles in video games. In all fairness, I probably should have looked the map a little more closely, but again, I'm just gonna blame the not accurate enough directions, because it's easier that way.
Where would you like to?
Yeah, we'll run to Zerganipple if we need to. Then just jump south. Oh yeah, the coastline. This would have been so infuriating if I didn't have the boots of blinding speed. Yeah, I have fast travel to a degree, but doesn't get me just about everywhere. Some will look out in the desert and be awestruck by this roadrunner just blazing past them. Don't worry, I'll take the boots off soon enough. I know it's gotten particularly bad. takes us till morning, so we have more sunlight to work with. Alright, from this place, supposedly meant to proceed south. So I guess we can turn on here, wherever it's most convenient. No, I don't really have the time for that, if you excuse me. No shortcuts, as far as I can tell. Only way to go about it is try and circle around from the other side. Sure, I'm finding a lot. Random locations. Successfully wound up here. Lots of mines, from what I'm seeing. I may have overshot it though, significantly. Is this the valley? I have no clue. No, but I have like a million cliff racers. Adamant on clawing my face off. Oh shit.
The door is locked and will not open. The star.
Oh, we finally made it. Holy smokes. Oh, that took like forever. So essentially, this right here is supposed to be the two stones acting as the gateway to the valley. And I think that what you're looking for is the mountain described with the white peak. And now we just wait for the correct time of day for this door to open. Which would be, I think it's like 6, 7 p.m.? We're meant to be undergoing a story-related trial here.
In the dawn hour under Azura's star, the door is opened.
Three out of 7, just so you know. The Moon and Star. Constant effect. Fortify attribute personality and speech rift.
Nerevar reborn.
Whoa, a cutscene.
Incarnate. Your first 3 trials are finished. Now 2 new trials lie before you. Seek the Ashlander, Ashcans, and the Great House Councillors. 4 tribes must name you Nerevarine. 3 houses must name you Hortator. My servant, Nabane Mesa, shall be your guide. And when you are Hortator and Nerevarine, when you have stood before the false gods and freed the heart from its prison, heal my people and restore Morrowind. Do this for me, and with my blessing.
Hey, look. We got a company here now. Welcome, Incarnate, Moon and Star Reborn, Hortator, Nerevarine, Murn of the Tribe Unmurned, Redeemer of the False Gods. I am Pixar. I was not the one, but I wait in hope, and I shall answer if wisdom guides me. You bear the Moon and Star, the Ring of Nerevar. None may deny you are Nerevar Reborn, the prophesied Incarnate. The Temple will know you as an enemy. Ordinators will mark you for death, and the tribunal faithful of the great houses will hate and fear you. The doubters of the trials will test your strength and doubt your honor. You will be known. You must prepare and be ready. You must go before the councils of the great houses and satisfy them. For only the councils of the great houses can name you Hortator. I do not know the settled people of the great houses, and can offer you no counsel. You must go before the Ashkans of the Waste People and satisfy them, for only the Ashkans of the 4 tribes can name you Nerevarine. Speak first with Sumatul of the Ushikaku, and with the wise woman Nibani Maisa, for Of all the Ashlanders, they were the wisest in the lore of the Incarnate, and you have already known Sumatul prove your worth. Pity Dagoth Ur and the Sixth House. All they do, and all they are, is foul and evil. But they began in brightness and honor, and the cause of their fall was their loyal service to you, Lord Nerevar. You told Lord Dagoth to guard the profane tools beneath Red Mountain, and thus he was tempted. He did your bidding when he tried to keep these tools from the tribunal, and so he hates you, who betrayed him, and the tribunal who mocked his honor and attacked him, and stole the profane tools for their own use. Kagranok, High Priest of the Dwemer, forged enchanted artifacts to seal the power of the gods. Nerevar fought the Dwemer to prevent this blasphemy, but Dagoth Ur took these tools to make himself a god, and the tribunal took these tools to make themselves gods. But the tribunal sought to do good with their power. They are tainted by the same corrupt desires to move Dagoth Ur. The tribunal and Dagoth Ur have the natural abilities and lifespans of gods, but they gain these things by actions that mock the gods and misuse divine power. They are ambitious and unwise, and the consequence of these ungodly acts threaten all that lives in Morrowind. I will answer when I can and with what I know, but the visions of Azura are often obscure for two reasons. One, because the future cannot be known, and choices may always be made. Two, because truth is not clear or simple. Azura's riddles warn us to think long and hard. They force us to search carefully for truth and meaning, and not to rely only on impulse and force. Welcome, Incarnate. I am Anteria. I was not the one, but I wait and hope. Ask, and I shall tell you my story. I was a holy crusader of the temple in the golden era of the tribunate. I contributed substantially to the writings that were later suppressed by the temple, and now would be called apocrypha. I followed the tribunal unquestioningly, to my regret. I never believed in the Neverine prophecies until it was too late. Take my home possessions with my blessing. And of course, because I now lug around the literature, I'm way past my carrying capacity. Welcome, Incarnate. I'm Erudan. I saw Morrowind fall to the Empire. I lived through the humiliation of the surrender, swore hatred and vengeance against Imperial and Tribunal alike for their betrayals. In later years, I despaired and turned to Red Mountain, where I grew old and died fighting the Blight and Red Mountain monsters. Take my weapons and armor. I have no further use for them. The spear and the cuirass. How good are they? I mean, that's kind of whatever. Not bad, but as you can see, I have far superior options, so thank you. Hortled. I died 400 years ago. In the last days of turmoil and unrest after the Empire came to Morrowind, I was a thinker, and not a doer. And I was marked by the stars, I was not a hero. Take these things of mine, my bones will complain. Siphis, Hortled's robe. What's Siphis? See if I can find this thing. If it is, it's probably lying around somewhere in my inventory. Among this wonderful stash of trinkets that I have accumulated over time. Kunun Chudala. I was an Ashcan, led my people against the Akaviri, while the Cyrodiil dogs fled before them like Kagodi. I quested deep into the strongholds in Red Mountain, cleansing the unclean things in their own blood. I did not heed the counts of the women, and to my shame I craved glory, but never saw my real enemies. My axe and boots are yours, with my blessing. Idrine Nerofan. Master's Lockbit, Master's Probe. I lived the late years of the tribunate and behind the scenes. I hoped to demoralize and repel the Akaviri invaders. I knew nothing of the Neverrain or Dag of Ur until I took refuge with the Ashlanders. I died a fool, trying to loot ruined Koguran. Here, take these. Maybe there's something in the world left worth stealing. So these essentially are our predecessors who tried to claim the mantle, but failed. All right. With all this, we can head back to camp and plan our future moves. Prophecy number 3 has been accomplished. Now on to the next two. They're gonna be so happy to see me with all the friends I brought over. They're people of the waste, they'll be fine. They're still next to a Daedric shrine, I'm sure they're used to it by now. Oh Lord, they coming. Hold on my heels. Oh, these cliff races cannot be outmaneuvered. Way too persistent. Yeah, quite a few of beasts actually that may have invited over. Don't worry about it. It once seemed a dream. Now it seems real. You have passed the 3rd trial. Now you must pass the 4th trial and the 5th trial. They are much the same. Each Ashlander tribe, each great house on Vardenfell must choose you as a war leader to unite the Dharma against the Ache of Earth's terrible menace. Each tribe must name you Neverine. Each great house must name you Hortator. You have come for guidance, and I will give it to you. The 4th trial is, a stranger's voice unites the houses. 3 hosts call him Hortator. When you have been named Hortator by each of the 3 great houses of Vardenfell, come to me for further guidance. For you will have passed the 4th trial. The 5th trial is, a stranger's hand united the Velothi 4 tribes call him Neverine. The 4 tribes are the 4 tribes of Vardenfell. The Ushalaku, the Emusa, the Zainab, and the Ebenusim. When they have been named Neverine by each of the 4 Ashlander tribes of Vardenfell, come to me for further guidance, for you have passed the 5th trial. The Ursulaku are the Ashlanders of the North and Ashlands and the West Gash. I am the wise woman of Ursulaku, and Ashken Sulmatul is our chief, a brave and respected war leader, and warrior protector of the Neverine cult. The Emusa of the Grayslands are mild and peace-loving. The wise woman of the Emusa, Sinamu Mirpal, is also their Ashken. The Ashlanders of the Zainab tribes are sly and crafty. Their camp is in the interior of the Grayslands. The Emusin of Molakmar love themselves and their weapons above all else. Their Ashken Ulaf Pal is cruel and ambitious, and his Gulakans are just like him. Their wise woman, Manirai, is cautious and reasonable. Secret Council, don't waste your speech on the war guns. When the greater enemy threatens, the great houses put aside their quarrels and choose a Hortator, a single war leader, to lead all the houses. Only a great house council can name a Hortator, and all councils must agree. Speak with the Rodoran councillors, Cloud councillors, and Telvalin councillors. Prove to them that the Ache of Earth threatens. When you are named Redoran Hortator, Cloud Hortator, and Telvani Hortator, on them will be the Hortator name prophecy. Do not know the ways of the Sail people, but I do know the council of chiefs. You must cultivate a friend and beware an enemy. Find one who is willing, or who is well disposed to you. Win him and use him to win the others. And the most powerful chief is most likely an enemy, since he loves his power and hates to share it. Recognize your enemy, prepare for him. Go to Balmora, the chief town of the Hlalo. I believe the councillors meet there in the great house with many rooms. The Hlalo are soft and cowardly, sly and greedy. Their traitors are liars and cheats. Look behind the words they speak for the truths they are hiding. I am told that wizards who speak for the Telvani councils may be found in a strange building Sage of Mora. The council themselves are ancient sorcerers living in the towers gathered over Vardenfell. I know nothing about them, except they are old, terrible, and evil. Go to Aldrun, the chief town of the Redoran. They say the council meets under the shell of a giant emperor crab. The Redoran are proud and haughty, known as great warriors and great worshippers of the Tribulum. Since they love the Temple of Vivek, they cannot love you. The Pebble Wars hate the Neverend prophecies and will kill you if they see you. Be careful.
A warm welcome to you.
Good to know.
Outlander.
Honestly, at this rate, we might just start with the Ashlanders, since the Zainab camp is right there. That's where the Musa are, and the Arabs are further down south by the Sage of Mora. We could also take care of the Telvanis. But first, let's just make sure that this tribe acknowledges us as the Neverine. You have passed the 3rd trial. Before you lies the 4th trial and the 5th trial. I have spoken with Nibani Maesa, and I know these trials. You wish to be called Ushulaku Nerevarine, but first, would you hear the counsel of Sumatul? Good. First, I will give you warning. When you are called Neverine, the word must spread, and many must hear. Your enemies will hear and come seeking your blood. And such friends as you may have among the great houses, those who heed the words of the temple, they may forget their love for you. If you have business with the people of the houses and temple, you may wish to conduct that business first before you are named Neverine. Second, I tell you, seek the counsel of wise woman Nibani Maesa, for you are an outlander and ignorant in the ways of our people. Nibani Maesa can tell you of the other tribes, of their ways, and of their ashkins. If you don't know these things, you'll make many mistakes and waste precious time. This is my counsel. Now, if you wish to be named Ushulaku Neverine, we may speak of these things. Very well. You wish to be called Neverine. I know you, and am disposed to do so. But first, we must speak of need and duty. Before I name you Neverine, you must understand why a war leader is needed. So you may tell others. And before I name you Neverine, I must see that you know your duty. Only when I have spoken of these things, you should be called Neverine. Know the words of the prophecies. The curse of Daguf and the sixth house threatens our land. The false gods lie, and offer false hope for protection. You bear the moon and star of Nerevar. Azura's hand is upon you. These are the proofs you must show to all people as Ushulaku Neverine. You shall be Neverine of all the tribes, and the Hortator of all the great houses. You shall eat the sin of the unburned house and free the false gods. You must defeat the sixth house and take of Ur. You must free the tribunal from their curse. This is the burden of prophecy. This shall be your duty as Ushulaku Neverine. Before my hearth and kin, and before the people of the waste, I name you Ushulaku Neverine, war leader of the Ushulaku and protector of the people. In token of this, I give you the teeth, which shall be a sign to all Dunmer, that you are the Neverine, and that the Ushulaku shall follow you, in all things, even unto death, until the enemy is defeated, or until you are dead, or until you give this back to my hand.
What do you want of me, Outlander?
What a great follow-up, considering he just named me his war leader. So the teeth are... Are there like a magical item I can wear? Yeah. Constant effect resist paralysis. Alright, well that's one trap down. 3 more to go. And like I said, I think we're gonna start out with these guys. As well as their neighbors.
Go ahead, Outlander. What do you need?
It is beginning to get a little late on my end, so what I'm gonna do... I'm gonna run to the Zainab camp and save there. Giving us a nice checkpoint to kick things off on the next Morrowind session. And I think, yeah, despite the warnings that us being proclaimed Nerevar might lock us out of some questlines, like say if we wanted to join main house. I don't think we necessarily would engage with it anyway. It's just like a different subset of faction quests that you can partake if you want, but it's not, you know, 100% required to enjoy the game. There's more stuff to do if you feel like it. We've already got a gist of it from engaging in Fighters Guild and Imperial Army quests. Seamless parkouring over the mountains. You guys appear to be a little confused. I can't blame you, I'm just swooshing by like a gust of strong wind. Anyhow, we're close by the campsite. Well, no, this seems like a charming change of scenery compared to sand.
Yes, Outlander.
Sure, then there's the Ashcan. Whoa, 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 whoa. Now, who said you guys are allowed to follow me all the way back here? And talk about a whole posse.
Outlander, what do you want?
So, you're Beckett Dune, the Outlander who claims to fulfill the Neverwing prophecies. You are welcome to our hospitality, Outlander. But you must tell us, how can an Outlander be the Neverwing? We have heard the rumors. We know you to be the Outlander who claims to fulfill the Neverwing prophecies. But how could an Outlander be the Neverwing? You must admit, that just sounds silly. You seem pleasant enough, and strong and healthy for an Outlander, but excuse me if I'm not disposed to take your demands seriously. Yes, we know of the prophecies. We know there are many prophecies, all of them mysterious and obscure. Our wise woman, Sunumu Zabat, has told her chief all about these prophecies and given her interpretations. A certain day to uncertain parents, the curse of flesh before him flies. In the caverns dark, Azura's eye sees, and makes to shine the moon and star. Standard prophet talk, voices and verses. Very interesting, but true? Who can tell? Travel is always welcome here, Outlander. All that's required is that you speak and act with courtesy, and you share your news of the outside world to pay for your hospitality, for a wise chief keeps himself informed about events. Thank you for sharing these tales and rumors. For our part, we have little news. We hear other tribes are troubled by blightstorms and monsters. But we are the mighty Zaynab, and such things do not bother us. So he's not really inclined to believe me just yet, but maybe if we speak to the wise woman,
Outlander.
she can give us some counsel on what to do.
Outlander.
I'm Sunumu Zabamat, the wise woman of the Zainab. Do you come for my services or my counsel? I see. Ashkan Kausha will not take seriously your request to be named as Zainab Neverine. Let me tell you a secret about our chief. Kausha will not have it be known, but he has a weakness for expensive Outlander clothing. If you bring him a pair of exquisite shoes, he might be better disposed towards you. If only I happened to have a fancy pair of boots on me. I mean, I have, well, I used to have some exquisite pants. The Zainab wise woman, Sumumu Zamabat, says that Ash can secretly admire expensive outlander clothing. She says that if I bring her a pair of exquisite shoes, he might be better disposed towards me. Well, the best way to go about it would be, drop by Aldrune. Buy something at the tailor. We could also check out the other tribe. See how easy or difficult it potentially is to get on the good side. But yeah, I think that will leave for a different time. So yeah, on our next rendezvous in Morrowind, we're gonna go through all these Ashlander tribes, all the main house councils, and just methodically, one by one, convince them to our cause so we can get through the fourth and fifth prophecy. Leaving us the 6th and the 7th to do. Before I assume we're ready to face off Dagafur and hit like the end game portion. But yeah, obviously, before we're even allowed to do that, I imagine we'll still have plenty to do. It doesn't seem like this is going to be super easy. In fact, as far as I can tell, it's gonna have several different layers involved. Sorry, just looking for a couple of notifications. Oh, that big Draper posted. Yep. That's exactly how the peace talks went after the war. And then we ended on the correct side of history. Haha. Anyway, guys, thanks for tuning in. I'll see you again for Giants next stream. Hopefully we'll wrap it up, and then we'll either do Morrowind again, or I'll boot up whatever I have in mind for Spooktober. So yeah, it's gonna be roughly around the halfway point in the month, I think. Anywho, you all have a good one. See you next time.